Dude, that was so great. It's so cool seeing like the technical aspects of you playing piano and then playing like in your zone, like your thing, you know? Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like he's really good at just playing the piano overall, and then it's also cool when he's like
as a 20-plus-year-old pianist, he does a pretty decent job. But like, I like that he's also here because he's like passionate about it.
It's awesome because there are a lot of people who like really just learn.
No, I totally agree. It's beautiful to see him play because you can tell like his heart and soul is in it. He's not just like not in touch with the keys. If that makes sense. Like you're not like disrespecting the piano either.
He's respecting.
He's respecting the fuck out of that.
It's just like I don't know, like the piano and some.
Bao just commented, "Heck yeah, Diego."
What?
We're live streaming.
Oh, are you?
Hey, really? It's just audio right now.
Oh.
Hey, Bao. I know, originally I thought I had it going and I had the visual of like join the movement. And then I realized, I need to get on there in order for the audio to go. So like there's a portion where I was like, I thought it was recording and it was like a really good combo too, but it's fine.
No, you need to join the movement as well.
Hey, you should come on. Let me send you the link so you can join us. And then this way. Yes, he hears us. Play him something. Play something for Bao. This is for you, Bao. was like, yeah, you're getting a little sweet there. Like, should I get jelly? All I want for Christmas.
This Judy.
Oh, how is he doing?
He's good. He's vibing.
We just went to this parrot store called Parrot U. It's so dope. There's only one apparently. It's not a chain, and they're in Charlotte. And we literally walked in and we're just like welcomed by like all the squeaking, and it was just amazing to see like all the different types of like parrots.
This parrot, this is this fucking big. He was like, hello.
Yes.
Hello. I was like, you just hello.
You know, he just kept saying it.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. So good.
That's so awesome.
So good.
No, he's vibing though. We opened the thing so he can vibe.
Ooh,
That's one too. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I'm on my like goddamn like podcast microphone right now.
Hey, there you
Oh,
go.
dude.
That's how you do it.
I need you to play whatever's on my shirt right now, my guy. Play whatever's on my shirt right now, like right now, my dude.
Oh, okay. Play
There
that.
you go. Play this. Right
He
now.
just thought he got it.
You know how to read bass, right?
Wait, I used to know how, and I don't associate myself with that world any longer.
Hell yeah! All right. What's everyone doing? How's this sound?
It
Making
sounds
sure everything's-
great. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
thanks.
dude.
So do you have your own podcast that I don't?
No, I don't. I'm just.
This is technically the first time Val and I are meeting, even though we
Yeah,
you were
supposed to get me beer. No, I was kidding.
Whoa.
Dude.
Dude,
No,
you
that's
up
cool.
too quickly. Was the show that bad? No, I'm kidding.
No, it was good. I don't know. I think I got it late. So yeah, I got in late, unfortunately. But it was a good show. It was a good time. So yeah,
It was a good
dude.
show.
But yeah, what's everyone doing right now? What's Gilded Cages up to?
Oh yeah. So right
What are we
now,
talking about?
today on 11/11, I'm doing this crazy thing where I'm doing a 24-hour event, kind of, where it's centered around bringing people onto my website, justgildedcages.com, to comment on what they envision for the future. So sharing dreams and visions, and to try and get more and more people on it. Because that's overall what Just Gilded Cages has kind of come to be, which is just about like expanding consciousness, expanding networks, and expanding opportunities to overall expand the collective net worth. And so it's just kind of like, hey, like you should go comment. That's an actual thing that you should do. And share, like, there are some questions out there to kind of get the juices flowing, but I just want people to then hit up 1 or 5 friends of theirs, or just even connections, doesn't even have to be friends, like coworkers, whatever, like anyone that could broaden the network and could expand the diversity of voices that we grab. So that's kind of where the 24 hours comes in. I'll be sleeping later tonight, obviously, because rest is an important part of all of it. But I'm doing.
I was like, what is rest? I feel you, bro.
Dude, I mean, I really should
I'm
sleep.
alive. I just took a shower and got dressed up for the night time.
Good on you, my dude. I'm glad you cleaned yourself up.
I'm just here because I need to. No, I'm kidding.
Nah.
But yeah, so then I'm interviewing local like businesses and nonprofits today. And then we're doing a poetry cypher tonight. Yeah, it is already. Yeah, it's past midnight.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Tonight. Yeah, at night.
EST. It's not EDT anymore.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. But all that matters is that people understood it's East, Central, Mountain, and West. That's all.
I just realized I'm hella crooked right now. Here we go. Let's try that.
Oh, you are perfectly fine.
Okay. I like my head's like. No.
We're judging you
Cool.
so much right now.
I know. But yeah, that's dope. So you got some good folks along. Any businesses that we should know about?
Yeah,
That
that's
the
a
audience
good
should know about.
question. I love how this has like naturally become a talk show. I love it.
Yeah.
So actually, I have this is the part where I also wanted today to kind of showcase who I naturally am, which is also a procrastinator of sorts.
Hell yeah.
I'm like still prepping like a lot of the bios and everything because I want it to look a certain way. But in terms of businesses, we have actually three that are more wellness centered, because a big part of, I think, in terms of like healing, in terms of just growing and developing and just being good people and better people, we have to also kind of redefine wellness and make it about not just the gym, but also just in general, what is it in terms of like movement that's important? What is it about stretching that's important? And it's more about that side of it. So anyways, long story short, there's one, Uplift Your Soul, and they're more in the massage therapy area. They're coming on at 10 a.m. to talk about that and perhaps even give us a yoga session. Don't know yet. But yeah, she does yoga and massage therapy. And then we have another one, Meal Mix Journey. She is more on the nutrition and coaching side, like personal fitness coach. And then we also have Han Chiropractic, who is a chiropractor. Nice. And he is sponsoring this, as well as Carolina Hemp Tours. So Carolina Hemp Tours, they're not coming on to speak, but as we know, hemp related. My whole thing is about ganja liberation as well, because fuck that. So anything to kind of support that side as well of the world is important for me. And then another business, we have Michelle Weathersby Enterprises. She is more within the realm of like DEI work, coaching. Well, actually, before I even get into that, let me just make sure because she's like so many things. But she's also an exec leadership career coach. So she's kind of more on the LinkedIn side. And so this is also kind of this specific event, and just in general about networks and all that. I've been trying to really work on combining, my Instagram network with Facebook, with LinkedIn, and kind of through that also expand and redefine, diversity and whatnot. So those are the main businesses that we're focusing on today.
Very good. That's a good amount of businesses. So
yes.
I'm heckin' proud of y'all. Been busy throughout the gosh darn pandemic. So excited to see where y'all take this.
Yeah, me
too. Be a good
time.
time.
I was like getting so stressed out and anxious for this, only to realize like, Tammy, you just need to have fun. You don't need to make this something that's crazier than it needs to be. It's just basically my day, but recorded.
Right, exactly. it's literally a podcast. Like, how like most folks these days. It's kind of funny because they even like folks even like now like companies made apps for people to be able to basically just quickly upload content, like podcast content, now that they've seen such a huge ass hype uptick about it, because it was a thing apparently even back in definitely back in high school, but it wasn't like that widespread back in the day, but now like, everyone's on that, especially today. And there you go. Everyone's doing that right now. I don't know why we're talking about that, but it's just it's two folks talking. I'm like, oh, it's just a podcast, it's cool.
I know,
it's whatever.
It's just like two people talking, but with everyone going virtual, with so like so many things changing with that world of technology, it is nice because it gives people more access. I think Instagram kind of also went through kind of its own type of revolution of like just the amount of people that could call themselves photographers. And for me, I never would say like I was a professional photographer, but it really allowed me to like dig into that hobby, or even allow it to even be a hobby and not really require the investment of, like more money in something that's really expensive that I may not use long term. So it's nice in that sense, but I feel you on if that's what you're saying in terms of like,
the accessibility, really, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like you said before with photography, is like, you don't have to put too much, but you're able to now have the access, the being like, I'm now allowed to be able to get into this field, even if, not professionally, but able to say like, okay, now I at least have a good understanding without, I don't know, sacrificing a lot, if that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, it's so true. And then I think about how many people are salty about the fact that their journey was like a hard one or a harder one. You know what I mean? Like that's also something that like is interesting, because I think that kind of lashback, is that what it's called? Backlash.
That
kind of backlash is like, it makes sense, right? At the same time, it's just like, why don't we make the world a better place for everyone and not make it so that people have to like deal with so many challenges just to get to something that they want to do,
Right. Yeah. I unfortunately don't understand that myself, of like why folks will get really just annoyed by people who are able to have access to a thing. If anything, I think when I was younger, when I was doing like software engineering stuff, I think I definitely got quote unquote salty about people like making apps and all that. Especially like now people these days can do like, I think back in the day I saw people like do like drag and drop shit when they're making like mobile apps for whatever they want for their local business or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I hope I'm allowed to curse on here. Is that cool?
Oh, you are allowed to be authentically as you.
Hell yeah, dude. Because I might have had a couple drinks in. It's cool.
Hell yeah. I already smoked a little and everything.
But yeah, I think it's weird because I was just like, I had to learn how the computer works and fucking like go through like toxic ass tech forums just to be able to get my craft. And now you can just drag and drop shit into a phone. What the hell, dude? You're not a real programmer. It's like, then I realized like, at least when I got older, it's like people want to be able to gather up skill. Well, how you say? People want to be able to have a streamlined method to something. Even me too. Like I realized like, man, people ask me about like making websites and all that stuff. And I realized like you can literally just use Squarespace. Like you can literally just use Squarespace. That's cool that you want me to make something for it, or you want me to teach you how to make a thing. But honestly, like there's so much that goes into one thing. Like say hosting a site, to be able to have the security, the right SEO, making sure the design looks good and everything. Like it's a whole goddamn team, and Squarespace provides that said quote unquote team. Yeah. Like, but I definitely appreciate if people give folks like me a chance. But then I'd be like, it depends what you want, right? If you want, all you want is something that Squarespace can provide and you have the money to do that, honestly, go for it. Like, that's fine.
Yeah. Honestly, the only reason why it works for me to have a Squarespace is because my cousin works for them and had a free
that's nice.
thing. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, let me take all the freebies.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I don't have those connections, unfortunately. I don't have that inside, that inside man. That's fucking dope.
Okay, I worked very hard. Sorry about that. But yes. It's and that's the part where it's just like everyone has their different privileges too, right? And it's like, let's share our privileges. That's it.
There we go. Right. And I think it's interesting that when people say privilege, they think like, oh, you must think bad of me. It's like, no, I have privilege. And the idea is that you acknowledge that you are very fortunate in the position you are. But then why not use that position to help other people?
Yeah. And I was reading, do you know Arlen Hamilton?
I don't.
So I never know what pronouns people go by, so I always just go they safely. But they have this book that just came out, or sorry, not just came out. It came out a while ago, but I found out about it this year / last year, called It's About Damn Time. But either way, it's about being underestimated, and her identity falls along like LGBTQ, queer, Black woman concept. So she's just saying, within the investment world, she's kind of like someone who's not the classic, old white man, which ultimately, I guess, anyways, diversity, just add water. And there's this thing that she says where, privilege is something that we just inherit, and entitlement is like a whole other thing. But I also think there's a layer to people feeling guilty for having privilege, and then they get defensive about it. Because I personally feel like I've kind of been like that, like at some point in my life where I was like, oh, I guess I do have my privileges, but it was under such a negative context that I didn't see that I had that privilege and then knew how to act upon that privilege.
I guess the question for you is, what made you guilty? Like, what made you say, like, man, I wish I was not in this fortunate position?
I think it was more about from hearing it in the context of like white privilege, not thinking that I could hold my form of white privilege and then also hold like other forms of privilege. And then also so many people using that word in the context of like, fuck you, you have white privilege, because of going to school in Seattle and people just being very like strongly white feminist. Hello. Yeah.
Who that?
I don't know.
Who it is?
But
it's on Twitch.
Regardless,
you got folks on Twitch too.
So, yeah, I am on Facebook, YouTube, or the whole thing will be on Facebook, YouTube,
StreamYard. I need to look at this up.
It's a good one. It does everything for you. You don't have to use, like, what is it? The other ones like Restream or
Restream is expensive. Yeah, I looked.
Yeah, I haven't even looked. So
it's a lot. So, okay, cool. I will need to look into StreamYard.
I love how there's random people from Twitch. Fuck yes.
Dude, what up, fam?
Literally, I just created my Twitch account because I was like, I want to get into this community. I will do it today.
Fucking poggers, dude.
Yeah.
Y'all throw it. Yeah, yo, chat. Throw me some good emojis if you can. I just want to see. Yeah. If you get us 500 bits, I'll play a ditty on my little my little thing. It's called Antu. It's basically just a Vietnamese westernized mandolin.
I fucking love that.
Yeah, give Tammy 500 bits, and then hell yeah!
I don't know what any of this shit means.
Don't worry about
it. You're gonna have to explain this, but that's great.
So bits is kind of like, in a way, it's kind of like tipping. That's the cool thing about Twitch, is that it honestly has, I'd say in my opinion, one of the better streaming, like, what is it, live streaming services. YouTube is not bad though, and they're pretty good. Facebook, unfortunately, definitely needs some work.
Oh yeah, Facebook. I'm just there to catch people like you on here.
Yeah, all the normies to come here, and then now I'm seeing all these Twitch folks like, oh hell yeah, dude, you got the real people in here. So yeah, unfortunately with Twitch and YouTube, they support giving out tips and money directly to you, which is really good. But unfortunately,
1 bit equals
1 bit is 1 penny. Yep, exactly. And we get them for watching ads or paying. Oh, that's cool.
Right.
Look at that. Oh, and there's like a little thing that pops up on your thing. This is dope.
Right?
Dude,
yeah.
StreamYard?
Mark Lee.
Okay, StreamYard. All right.
Mark Lee is hosting from 4 to 7. He has his own talk show, so he's going to share his like whole thing and then stream to my Facebook and YouTube. And he's the one who showed me StreamYard, and like I'm just like, what? Why is not everyone on this? Like,
right. I wonder then how streamers like streamer must be like, there must be something behind the scenes going on with them too, though. No, I'm kidding. I mean, more or less kidding. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to look into that StreamYard. This is dope, because I've been wanting to do some like live streaming shit myself. My idea would be like, maybe I shouldn't give it out, but like my idea would be like streaming live lo-fi hip hop of me playing on top of beats and all that. Maybe like invite some like, I would love to. I would love to do. Oh my god,
We're doing
Let's
a
see.
poetry cipher like later tonight, so we've already
Dude.
practiced the whole like audio over video.
Okay, let's see if I can like plug myself in, you know?
Yes, take
let's,
it over. Take it
Hang
over.
on, let's see this. Let me see if I can like move my camera over. Oh. All right, here we go. So we're trying this out. Yeah, this is just experimental tell right now. So I got my rig. And I'm gonna bring my mic at least a little bit closer. Can y'all hear me? Still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna plug in my keys. Hopefully this works. It's gonna take it's gonna take a little bit. So.
Oh, that's fine. I think that time is always on our side. Well, I don't think that I know that, but so you are doing great. I'm literally still building out some graphics for this shit. So I'm literally just
buzzing, right? Don't hear buzzing?
Yeah, I hear the buzzing.
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, cute. Are there any rules from Facebook or YouTube about exclusivity? What do you mean? Just Gilded Cages logo. I'm like still kind of learning StreamYard right now, so I'm just like, what is all of this? As in only being able to stream through their service, not someone else's. Oh, as in if we were to like live stream on YouTube, or so the reason why like I like StreamYard and I was looking into places like Restream and stuff was because they can so basically this right now, I don't have to do anything except for enter like my Facebook account, my YouTube account, my Twitch. And I tried LinkedIn, but LinkedIn has a other set of rules. But this way, whatever I'm doing right now is automatically just getting streamed onto multiple platforms without me doing like going to each platform and then clicking, live stream. So then it's just all condensed in one. Restream was interesting because it required you to basically, I don't even remember the details because I didn't look too into it at some point. But it was more, too complicated. If I can't explain it, it's not worth looking into. No, I'm kidding. Some people do like it. And then also Streamlabs. So like some people, I don't know, I think Twitch folks actually know way more about live streaming than I do. But either way, StreamYard has been amazing in that it does it for me and I don't have to. And I like efficiency. I hope that explained it. I don't really know because I'm not an expert. I'm learning this for the first time. Yeah. I have heard it's good for Twitch, I think, right? I need to update this visual. Yeah, it's very centered around Twitch for sure.
Diego's my boyfriend now.
Whoa. That, first of all,
Look, man, I love him. Okay.
I mean, I love him too. You can love him. You don't need to take him away from me.
I planned.
Oh,
Unmute.
hello again.
Oh, testing. I didn't know I was muted. So
Oh, I thought you like purposely muted yourself the whole time. Yes, Val.
JGC
Yes.
45.
Love this. Come on, camera.
Listen to some.
This is the best.
We're going to be here with you all.
That's so good.
The music is just.
Right? It's been amazing. Well, life has been amazing.
A lot of things we're worried about, but
Yeah, and it's natural to have things.
as long as we can live in
Yes. Yes, Mr. Robert.
but we get through them every day.
Oh wow! All three of
Oh,
them.
interesting. Yeah.
Damn, that's good to know.
So that's interesting. So it's like if you say thanks and it'll miss that.
And
then on Facebook they'll be like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?"
That's so
right
true.
now?
But I think
Yeah.
can you see? Wait, Val, can you see the comments?
So I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm on the StreamYard thing that you sent me. So
I can actually do it, but I just didn't do it because. But hey, you know what? Bendabomb 85 is now on all platforms.
that's dope. That's dope.
And I just wanted to say, I'm Tammy's friend Sebastian. You are that. Oof.
Hello.
You're killing it. Your keys are just.
Thanks
wow.
so much, man. Just a bunch. It's just me noodle.
Hey, here was.
Being around so many musicians having like 2 days ago.
It's
like so many artists. It's such a space.
It's so like natural.
Yes, I think that's the best way to play. Yeah, that was playing right now.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yep, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, sorry, my mic is like
divine
a little
feminine.
far from
It's very like
piano, unfortunately.
soulful.
That's good.
That was like talking. We're not too sure.
Oh, sorry, hang on.
You gotta move your mic closer, or
Dude, I wish. Let me
or
see
just
if
stop talking. You know.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me.
No, this is great. Yeah,
Here,
I love
here.
what's
How about
going.
that? How about
Even
that? Can you hear me?
talking and me not hearing it adds to the sound because it's kind of like
Oh,
you
interesting.
hear the like bass or whatever of your
Yeah.
voice. You know.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, it's kind of funny. I realize, like playing is it definitely comes from like soul and gospel players, especially being around here. I'm not exactly a believer, you know? So I feel like I'm just like appropriating like a lot of music. Damn, I feel
like
bad.
that sometimes too.
So I apologize for all the believers out there, and I hope you all can kind of forgive me. I have no idea what I'm sorry. I have no idea what I'm trying to say.
Hey, we never do. Which is
all right. So that's enough of the piano. What time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock. All right.
Well, that just came off the dome, dude.
So I guess for all y'all Twitch folk, how did you find out Gilded Cages? I'm actually like super curious. Like, do you know any of these folks who like stumbled upon you? No, they're just randos.
No, I literally just created my Twitch page to like literally a few hours ago. But I do have one follower, and it's Sebastian's friend who just came with him from Florida. She is a big, I guess, on Twitch. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's how like it kind of led other Twitch folks on here, but I also think like it's easy to find random stuff on Twitch, isn't it?
Yeah, you
Kinda, yeah. See, I don't just.
like. Let me just look this up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So they just went to like talk to like
Yeah,
a section, and they're just like, yeah, we'll just.
Hell yeah, I
Okay, this
added
seems
that.
cool.
I added that. What I do. So
Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Well, actually, let me see. Do y'all have any like requests or like have a vibe that y'all want to like?
What
Like,
do you imagine, or what do you hear
Hmm.
when you think of like? Also, before you go to bed, or when you wake up, or at some point today, you should comment.
We'll do.
But yeah, like, what does manifestation sound like to you?
Manifestation. So manifestation. What? The act of creating to manifest to. I'm gonna look it up. Manifest Destiny was like literally the first.
Oh, so fucking
That's
cool.
hilarious.
That's so
Honestly,
accurate.
though, like just like the vibes of the music that you were playing before, kind of like that. Like I was mentioning before, I'm really big Mac Miller fan, so it's kind of like a divine feminine, like very jazzy, and like that's I feel like that's what I imagine kind of manifesting. I don't know why.
Okay.
The music kind of
Yes.
Someone like
70s, and it's like everybody just kind of vibing out, you know, just kind of like feeling the energy, you know. Because
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of like part of what manifests, feeling the energy, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. We have the music here featured in our background. Grinding action going. I still remember in like what was it, The Office, when they find the bag of bacon. Like, this was it.
Creed is like Northern Lights, and then Dwight's just like
Northern Lights Kush Indica.
we knew exactly what the strain was, and he said it to the T, and Dwight was like, "You're dumb. It's just."
That's so good.
Right. They really weren't playing with weed. It's like weed.
I know I've been kind of wanting to get people to stop calling it weed because I'm like all about that. No,
What would be all weed besides marijuana?
ganja. Yeah, I mean herb, flower, godflower. Yeah, there's a lot of better words. I use still use weed because like it's so like colloquial, but I just don't use that word.
I feel like weed has a lot of also like just negative.
Yeah, and I mean it comes probably from, you know. But I would say personally, I've been using ganja as my word because it does still mean like flower / bird. And so like include the emojis like of the flower and the dove.
To say it really quick, this is just like I guess a compliment. I've known you for a bit, and then like thinking of like how far you've come and seeing also this is exactly the type of thing that I can see you just like talk about and then like you know, and you have like this kind of music, like you know, like gee, this is awesome.
Exactly, and I have like, you know, the producers that are producing the beat for the cypher. There's that, but I also have other that I'm already like meeting, like other DJs in my work in some shape or form, like whether they're DJing the happy hour that I'm doing or DJing a talk show. Like I love how literally tonight at 12 it opened up with you guys talking about you playing music, and I thought I was streaming that, but I wasn't. But it's still fine. So I still have to catch this minute playing. But it was just like, yeah, music has always been a part of my life, and I've never allowed it to go. Oh yeah,
many
would help.
forms. All right, I think that might be it for me.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your beautiful sound and sharing more of yourself with us. I appreciate it.
Glad to finally meet. So, what is it? Are you going to the Burning Barrel?
I am. I'll be there.
We can actually like meet in person.
Yes.
After you for drinks this time.
Yeah. Yeah. I won't have to get you a beer this time.
There we go. Yeah, I'll get myself a beer. It's cool. But yeah, no, like I'm excited. Honestly, excited for what y'all are doing. What Diego's doing. You know, there's a lot of promise, especially now. I mean, a lot of people are really deprived and starved for like safe events
Yeah.
right now too, and it's kind of dope of Diego of like not really exploiting, but more like kind of offering a space for that,
Um,
but also trying to pay back, to the local scene as much as he can.
Yeah.
So that's pretty dope of him, and good on you for being in that realms. I honestly don't know too much about the Gilded Cages, so
I know, right? It's kind of funny. It's interesting because people ask, in general, what do I do? And then they ask Just Gilded Cages. And it's funny because there is no wrong. I mean, yes, there is a wrong answer.
Mhm.
There's so many answers that I can provide that it's so hard to pinpoint. And people are like, do an elevator speech. And I'm like, no, because I'm not trying to like sell you something in less than 30 seconds. Like, I'm just trying to like get you to understand that this is not even a service. This is a movement. This is what we kind of should already have, but we don't. And that's kind of why I call it Just Gilded Cages. It's the premise that like a lot of these things aren't really that hard if we all worked on it. And that's kind of why it's called more of a movement, where it's just like, if we all were working on ourselves, if we all weren't bystanders and we are all taking risks. Hello, heckin' random. I love that. Super random. But then that way it's just a lot better of a world once we start. Not that, everyone's in this boat, but there's also a lot who kind of are still working on taking accountability with themselves, even just developing themselves. So it's just about, what are the perspectives that we have and how is it that we're not adding more to that to diversify. We talk about diversifying our portfolios in like the finance world.
Yeah,
But
both are dope.
yeah, boats can be a good investment for some people and it might not be a good investment for other people. But yeah, I feel like there's just not enough diversity in a lot of people's experiences. And to me, that's kind of crazy because I've had such diverse experiences and I'm just like, what? So love to share my privilege, I guess, in that sense.
Hey, there's nothing wrong about that. If anything, you can show folks that you can provide the opportunity to people. How about that? Because I think another thing about that is I think a lot of people don't know they have the opportunity or the means to acquire that diverse experience, right? Depending on where they are, where they live at. I think your buddy just friended me.
Sebastian?
Oh, no, just kidding. This is a different guy.
I mean, who knows? It could have been.
All right. Do you know? Well, I feel like I shouldn't like dox anyone here, so I'm not going to do that. So just kidding. I won't do that. But yeah, no, like I think a lot, like I'm saying, like a lot of folks be like, oh, why don't you just look it up? Why don't you just look up doing the thing? Well, it's like sometimes they actually don't know to do that because they've never been given that idea to be like, oh, you can do this thing. And they're like, wait, really? Okay, I'll do that thing.
Yeah.
We have so much access to the, whatever information to the thing. However, there we go. Yeah, exactly. It can be difficult to diversify depending on where you are, but if you make an effort, it can happen anywhere. Yeah, exactly. But it's like not many people know that. Like,
and that's the part where it's like not a lot of people know it, but also because what is represented in media, all these things. And that's what hit me at a young age when I was just like, like I realized one of the biggest feeders into our unconscious and our subconscious, besides like family and just like that kind of surrounding, like our environment is also very much our TV screen, our internet. And if there isn't good ethical, and I say ethical in terms of like sustainable, in terms of healthy forms of media, then it's just like people think also that if they were to diversify, they're only going to find horrible things too, right? Like why parents don't want children on YouTube and why there's filters for kids and all these things. And it makes sense to a certain degree. And then there are other parts where it's just like, if we also had better content overall in the world, then we would be also less afraid of allowing our children to explore. You know what I mean?
I think also, well, that is one thing, but I think it's also good for whoever is, letting kids explore is to explain maybe sometimes the ugly stuff that happens because we're so scared, or it takes a lot of work to be able to explain that sometimes too.
Yes. Wait, Brendan Baum, do you want to join this conversation?
Yeah, dude. Do you want to get on this?
Yeah. I need to get on Twitch probably.
It's also to make a question a stupid comment when I'm very freaking dumb. I wouldn't say stupid. If any.
Well, hold on. Okay, I realize we were starting to like respond to multiple things right now. But wait, okay, yes. So you were saying stupid?
I'm a little stupid.
We're all
a heckin' random thing.
If we all were not stupid, first of all, the world would be way less fun.
Yeah, I'm definitely really dumb on a lot of things.
Yeah, I wanted to get dumb added like on the side of me because I was just like, that's dumb. So let's fucking do it.
You just lift up your arm. Dumb.
Yeah, exactly. Like, do you always cause me pendejita? Because I'm just like, we just have to be a little like, we just have to be a little stupid, a little dumb, because the world is dumb and stupid to begin with. So, yeah.
But the thing is that, once you realize you don't know a thing, you be willing to listen. Hopefully, that's kind of the goal. At least that's my goal.
That's one thing that like I kind of like I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard it or read it somewhere a couple years ago, and like it's one of my favorite quotes. It's keep the mind of a beginner.
Yes.
Like when you keep the mind of when you're able to keep the mind of a beginner, even if you become proficient at something, you're always still able to say that I can learn more. Because at the end of the day, like even till the day we die, like we're always learning shit. Even like in our career, in things that we enjoy, even things that we don't enjoy, in the people that we interact with, we're always learning. And like if you're always sitting there saying like, yeah, I know everything, or I know as much as I need to know, blah blah blah, then you're literally blocking yourself off from learning anything else. And there are some times, Tammy was telling me the other day about this. We were talking about like fucking compost, and like it things go a lot smoother when you're and the world would probably be a better place if more people would just like say like, okay, I'm wrong, like let me learn from this because I'm not a professional at this, like
yeah, exactly. Even with like the little things like music and shit, like you see like a bunch of instruments and all that in like my thing. My main thing is keys. That's why I play. That's what I use to like make money sometimes. But everything else is like learning how other things work, and I'm definitely a beginner on a lot of these things. Even little skills to do like different techniques on cooking. Like I recently, picking up how to make gluten-free or like vegetarian or vegan dishes because I know friends who are that like, I'm really good at cooking meat. That's fine. I'm like, okay, just throw meat. Tastes great. So the challenge now is how can I make something delicious in a very unknown territory? And like, to a lot of people, that's like, it can be scary as hell, right? But once you kind of get it, it's a very rewarding thing because you're now finally to make that unknown thing at least a little bit more known, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, yellow hat guy, he's the best guy. You're correct, Hack and Random.
Yeah,
Sebastian is definitely one of the best.
That's cool because like I've always thought of like I love.
So I'll say this, man. Like, try something like the Impossible Impossible beef, dude. It's like pretty good.
I love yellow, or not yellow. I love red meat, but at the same time, like I understand like the carbon footprint that we have on the planet, like eating so much. So it's like that's the real challenge, to be able to make something that may not have as much natural taste, like tastes really fucking good, you know?
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by natural taste?
Yeah, I can.
As in the natural like umami flavor for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
I
am not completely focused on this conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, you know, when you get like a good steak, you don't even have to add butter. All you really have to do is render the fat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude. And I think about how sad it is when people like literally cannot eat meat, like not because they're choosing to do something, but like when they literally cannot.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, but you're missing out on like, and also like making stews and making soups that are like very based in the meat and the fat, you know, and all that. I'm like, oh, they're missing out. There are other equivalents.
Maybe. I mean, if they easily cannot have it, right? Is like they're at least not dying.
Well, yeah. So. And at the end of the day, like some people are like, I'm a carnivore, you know, like there are some people who are not. And so for me, it makes sense to eat meat. Like to me, that's my being sustainable because meat belongs here. That sounds so good. And like for some people, like meat doesn't belong in their body. Like it just doesn't match, or like different points in our lives, like our chemistry also shifts, you know? It's just like, okay, it doesn't make as much sense. And therefore it's not sustainable to keep eating, because there's also a lot of unethical consumption within the vegetarian side too, you know, with like transportation of a lot of these things that's already polluting. Like transportation of anything is honestly the biggest pollutant.
Just the immigrants that
and having
really
babies
doing all that work, like it really goes both ways.
And therefore, exactly, like, who's the one touching everything as part of the process? Like we need to think bigger than just like.
So let's see. So Ben the Bomb asks if we all do wild game. I don't, unfortunately.
Y'all do wild game, not too good. Joe Rogan on y'all, but Elkin Boys. Yeah, I mean, I will eat whatever.
Yeah,
is like
that shit's hard.
Natural, like all that shit.
Dude, before my trip down here, my dad made me like he got a dehydrator and he made me like a shit ton of jerky. Like it was fucking.
Dude,
I still have some.
Did he make it out of like wild game, like some bear or something?
No, that'd be sick as hell. But you know, like it's kind of like I feel that because like my mom has like a lot of allergies, so there was a period of time where she was just flat out vegan for like 6 months to a year, and like. She was like, yeah, it's a little harder, especially since she has to, you know, the rest of my family was omnivores. So she would cook separately for them. And it's like, oh yeah, it's a little harder, but like she felt a lot better. And like, that's why it always like, I never really, I understand, but I don't understand when people are like, well, if you vegans are trying so hard to mimic meat, why don't you just mimic meat? Because like there are people who grew up on like, fucking chicken tenders and like buffalo wings, and like they love it, but it's not easy for them. Like when my mom is off her allergies, she's like, a cat cannot be within like 50 yards from her or she's like dying. And I have 2 cats, you know, so it's like one hair on my sweater and she's dying, you know, so it's like not everybody is able to like sustainably eat the things that they want to eat. It's always nice when you have, you know, like
when it makes sense, it makes sense. Like that's the thing I think a lot of, and that's the part where to go back kind of onto the whole like content online and expanding consciousness, expanding all these things. It's also about resonance, right? Like how do we understand when things make sense? How do we know how to listen to ourselves and our bodies and our minds? And how do we, you know, close those gaps between our mind, body, and soul and all these components? And I think reading how something affects us, you know, like how meat when eaten affects us, you know, or carbs or whatever it is, like those are so important because that starts making us realize like, oh, okay, this doesn't resonate with me anymore, or this doesn't resonate with me now. It probably wouldn't make sense for me to keep putting it in my body just because it's in front of me. And that's something I've had to figure out because like a toxic past, like, you know, disordered eating, whatever we want to call it, like ultimately has made me lose a lot of that connection with my own body and with my own like eating habits and all this stuff. So it's very interesting to talk about this openly, because that's something that I've worked through. Like now, obviously, like I talk about it much more openly, but there was years where I didn't even know what was happening. I didn't know why my body wasn't, I didn't even probably recognize it as pain too, you know? But as many things like healed on their own through distance or whatever it might have been, like it made me, there was just less like walls up between me and what was hurting me. So I could recognize faster and faster, like what foods didn't sit, like dairy, alcohol.
Yeah.
Those are two big things that I like took out of my diet like a few years ago. And I've like slowly been kind of like bringing them back in, and I still kind of see them not having necessarily the most positive reactions in my body. So it's been like
funny too, because I remember like a couple, like the few months before I went to Seattle, we were getting like really close. You would be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go get some ice cream."
Yeah.
Like, I really shouldn't. And it's funny.
Good times.
I mean, you gotta, make some sacrifices, you know?
Yeah.
Does the good outweigh the bad? Does
it? Yeah, exactly. And there comes that point in time where it's just like, I'm done with hurting myself.
But then there comes those times where you're just like, I think I can afford to hurt myself a little bit.
Yes, sometimes it's like needed, because you're like, you know what? Other things have hurt me too much.
Dude, Heckin' Random's like giving the best comments right now. Vegan.
Yeah, it's like vegan potato.
Well, thankfully they're both vegan already. I think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, thank God.
Vegan alcohol. I mean, I think vegan alcohol, isn't alcohol already vegan?
It doesn't use any animal byproducts, so technically no, unless you have something like Bailey's.
What is Bailey's? Because cream?
Yeah, which I assume probably comes from milk of an animal, but I have to fact check that.
I'm just bringing this on because yes. And this is the part where like a lot of people, especially, so like I just moved here so I currently am all three of us right now are in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I just moved last year from Seattle, Washington.
Ooh, that must have been very different.
And it's interesting because there are things that are different about it. It's vegan. Hell yeah, it is.
Weed's definitely vegan.
Yeah, straight from the motherfucker.
Congrats, dude. You might as well become vegan, man. You have all these options.
I mean, I pretty much was vegan in college because meat was just like expensive and like unnecessary.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I've been kind of like on the opposite, where I'm like, where the fuck are all the vegetables?
Oh, yeah. I forgot you're in the South now. So it's you definitely have to look a little bit harder, but thankfully it's there.
Yeah. It's like, I feel weird wanting to eat a salad with people sometimes because I'm like, I'm just trying to balance my diet. I'm not trying to be that person who's like, when you eat salad, it's like, no, like it's just my body literally is like feeling depleted. Like I've been striking against buying any groceries from the grocery store because fuck that. And then I just got to a point where I was like, okay, I cannot not eat free vegetables.
That's what I'm saying, man. You'll never find burrito.
They're all just deep fried. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so why? I'm going on a whole tangent right now because this is my show. But like the biggest thing that I've learned is that the veggies here, deep fried vegan diet, are just, well, the veggies honestly in a lot of places, not just in the South, are like not natural. Like it's just mass farmed. So even the energy and the just everything that goes into the planting of it, the growing of it is just so like, ugh. And so you're eating all of that. You're eating the energy of like people rushing a process, people putting steroids into the earth. Like all of these things are going into our bodies, and it's just like, damn, this is getting too big. We need to like move to the couch or something. Or you can sit here.
There's definitely like local folks around, thankfully. You know, I think a buddy of mine used to work.
Well, I'm still gonna move this.
Very interesting.
Sorry, we are transitioning right now, so give us a second.
Okay.
I'm already high though.
No worries.
Hells yeah.
Think it might be time for me to go.
Well,
Unfortunately.
Ooh.
I know, Diego. I'll see you next week though.
The what?
I'll see you next week, my dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Are you allowed to tell us who else is going to be at the festival yet, or are we?
It's just gonna be. I mean, I think I'm adding like just smaller acts during the day.
Okay. All right.
So our bands are the main four, and then there'll be like I think Bubba Love is joining.
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
Maybe like somebody called the Purple Snake, and then I'm gonna try to see if the materials are available. That might be.
Ooh, dude. Dude, honestly, man, like they need to deserve a spot.
No.
Like, I feel like, dude, you can take our spot because the mats are like fucking killing.
I'll let you know ASAP. I'll make a little. I'm gonna send some more graphics probably tomorrow. I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good, man. Yeah, I mean, take your time. I got some footage tonight, so I need to edit that down. Make sure what it got.
Holy Adidas, dude.
I need to like holy Adidas, my guy. Let's see, there are some big, crazy big cars in Memphis. Oh, is this dude's from Tennessee? Ben the Boom, is that where you're from?
Oh,
Whew, that's
So,
some
we're just looking at all these comments on Twitter. Folks are in the chat right now.
Oh, sorry.
Where
Oh,
are
just
you
live
at?
there
Where
for a
are you-
bit. I got
Where are
you.
you on? Bao, you said you're what?
What?
You're what?
I'm looking through the chat right now.
Oh yeah, so we have a few people from Twitch commenting. We've been having like a full-blown conversation with them, which is so fucking awesome.
West Virginia, damn.
Looks like-
Okay.
Oh, well, that means you're close.
Country road.
It's like a good. It's like a good what? 9 out. A good 5 hours. A good 6 hours.
To the place.
Na, na, na.
What's the
West
time
Virginia.
difference here in West Virginia?
Mama. Take me home.
Dude, that's what I've learned moving here. And that Bo is just such a big
Bo?
name. It's like
Bow?
dogs are called that.
Who
It's
doggy?
called that.
What about my name?
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, dude.
You ever had a Southern guy call you? You say your name is Bao, and he's like, Bao?
Bo.
Bo? Yeah, what up, Bo? Hey, Bo.
We'll start calling you Bao.
Bo, do it.
How's your day, Dingo?
Dingo.
Dingo.
I got Dingo, Denzo.
Hell yeah.
David, if they really don't give a
Dude,
fuck.
I'll get like Bio. You want? Hey, yo, what's your name? Bio?
Bayo.
Bayou?
Bayou. That's a
Bayou.
good one.
I'm like,
That's
man,
a-
it's
wow,
it's literally 3 letters.
Yeah.
Just
And
pronounce
you're,
those
and you're a
letters.
sandwich, you know?
What?
Or a bun pad.
Oh, the bun me, yeah.
The bao. No, the bao, right?
Oh, the bao, like yeah, like the Chinese bao. Yeah. You're right,
Yeah, that's not Vietnamese.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
You're
I
really
know. Good. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
I was
come on,
like,
come
I
on.
was
Come on,
Yeah, Chinese-
Diego.
Vietnamese person right
You know this shit. You're. I assume Tammy, you're Chinese.
Yes, I am.
Wow, assume.
I am.
Whoa.
I am
I'm
the
allowed to say that
colonizer
because
of
I'm
the
Viet.
East
If anything,
Asian.
the Chinese has been like oppressing the Viet for like.
Exactly. This is why I was like, I am the
I'm
colonizer
allowed
of
to
the
say
East
this shit.
Asians.
Yeah, you're allowed to assume. You're right.
You have every right to assume. Everyone's right about what I am, except for Koreans because they always think I'm Korean.
Damn, that's funny. People think I'm Chinese.
Just in human nature. to
Apparently, I look a little too North.
To fuck
be-
people? Yeah.
Vietnamese.
The
That's
what?
Crazy.
Apparently, I look a little too
You need to,
North
like,
to be,
chill
Viet-
the fuck
be
out on
Vietnamese.
People.
I'm not. I'm too pale.
Insane.
Oh, you're
This world
half
has too many
Vietnamese?
fa- Wait.
No, I am Vietnamese, but like people think I'm like Chinese.
Because they think it's like because it's Chinese people are colonizers, so people think like every Asian is like Chinese unless they're dark.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like China, back in the day, right? Back in the day, China was essentially like the Rome or the England of Asia.
That's
You
crazy.
know,
Yeah, my
yeah,
hair.
it's wild, dude.
And I have a little bit of Mongolian in me, according to my ancestry DNA test. So
Oh, okay. I've not taken that, so I don't know if I want to.
it's
But
Dude, don't give the fucking government.
Yeah, it's
your
not
DNA.
worth it.
that's what I'm fucking saying. Yeah, exactly, man. I don't need to know that. If anything, I'm just American.
exactly.
Yeah,
I reject
actually-
the shit that I don't need.
Yeah, we were watching.
I'm slightly Canadian.
Dude, slightly Canadian. Hell,
And there was one thing from a philosopher, Du Bois, that was like the duality of being a black American, and like, yeah, when you're like, especially if you're not white, if you're, a brown or POC American, it's like at the end of the day, like, yeah, we have our culture and shit, but we're still fucking American, We're not any less American.
I think if anything, the one thing that I obviously can't speak for Black Americans. I guess the one thing that I've understood, at least from like what my friends would say, is like they can't have a lineage that's not associated with slavery. So a lot of that is already, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're kind of fortunate, more or less, to sort of know what's going on.
Yeah.
And that kind of shit sucks. So it's like, no. Your ancestry is one thing, but I think also who you are individually is another.
Yes.
Yeah, like what you identify as, is most important.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think about how, like, is my past even something that's worth really trying to, like, obviously it would be nice in certain ways. Obviously it's nice, but do I really need it? Does it really impact where I want to go and who I want to be? I don't.
It can make you like a more well-rounded person, I suppose.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, I mean, a lot of the music I do is definitely not quote unquote Asian, stereotypically. Stereotypically Asian. So
wait, I don't get it.
I don't. Neo Soul is not Vietnamese.
What?
Yeah, to me, I feel like it's very Vietnamese.
What is?
Neo Soul's from Vietnam, bro.
Dude, Neo Soul is coming from Vietnam. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
definitely did not come from
the what?
Definitely did not come from like, what was it? I'm trying to think like where the Soul Croyerians are. So you got folks from like Detroit, probably New York, Texas. I guess Robert Glasper's like holding up the mantle of that right now.
Yeah.
Japan, a big.
Oh, dude! Actually, honestly, yeah, Japan I'll put in there because of Nujabes.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, he definitely kind of got this whole lo-fi shit. Him and Dilla. Yeah. So
Nujabes and Jay Dilla. Yep.
Yeah, we should play some of that.
I would love that.
Let me find something to.
Like my favorite.
All right, it is hella late.
I'll play you out, Bao. I'll play you out.
Dude, yeah, play me out. I'm gonna turn off my.
Oh, this is so cute. Where's this coming from? Okay, let's see.
We got slightly Canadian. Let's see. I think my past is only useful for what I've learned. Besides that, I can't find advantage for my future.
Yeah, there you go. I'm liking
the
Bomb 85.
If anything, it helps. I think from another thing that can help with is different perspectives. I don't know. This might be like a unique thing. Oh, hell yeah, dude. This might be a unique thing, maybe for me, or maybe not unique, but like distinct enough that I don't hear this perspective much. Is that one thing I learned about living in the South is that there is either a celebration or a rejection or rebellion against Christianity, right? So then they would go to another faith, such as Buddhism, to be the quote unquote opposite or alternative. Coming in not Christian, right? It's interesting to see that perspective because I merely just see it as another thing. You know what I'm saying?
Say that last part again.
So
I got too into J Dilla in my bio.
No, you're good. That's fair. What I mean is that it's interesting to come into a perspective or to a environment where Christianity is either widely celebrated, right? Widely embraced or rebelled.
Versus
me coming from not a Christian background because my family is Buddhist.
Yeah.
You don't have any cards in the game.
Right. If like I come in as literally an outsider to whatever the fuck is going on. And so they always see as my religion as like an escape. Or something of that as an escape. When I see Christianity as just literally just another thing. Right?
Right.
So I guess if anything, that's something you can learn from your past or from your upbringing is that you could have a distinct perspective that you can share, and hopefully, as long as you're not harming anybody, you can share that That's the big if you're not like you better not be like harming or how you say imposing.
Yeah, I've met like a lot of especially it's it's interesting that you say that, because especially now there's kind of like a disenfranchisement between like Christians and then Christians who support like, I don't want to get too political on Tammy's channel because I don't know.
Oh, get as political as you want.
Damn,
Let's go. Let's go.
Don't get canceled, my guy.
Get fucking real.
There's a
Always be real.
disenfranchisement between Christians for Trump and then actual Christians, and a lot of Christians will say like, no.
That's why I was so sorry.
No, what were you gonna say?
I was so proud the day that Biden was like the elected or projected, I don't know.
President-elect.
Yeah, president-elect. And we were standing out there with like other, rainbow flag holder, whatever. But my favorite part was really, because for me, religion is like such a new concept in a sense, because I never was in that world. And so coming to the South, it's interesting. But I love seeing the people who are holding up signs regarding Christianity and how like Christians, I don't remember the names or remember like what was written on the thing, but no, I meant written on the board, but I'm really high right now, so I can't talk English. And I just appreciate how they're like, basically, the concepts of Christianity were there. They're like, it's all about love. It's all about these things. Like, why would you support? So I'm just like, I was happy about the diversity even in the crowd that came out to represent.
That is really nice.
When you
also, a question
and then
for
the fucking Trumpers were on the other side of the street. It was so dumb.
when you actually like, I did like I had to take, because I went to Florida International University, so I graduated from an international university. You have to take like global courses, global learning courses. So it's like 2 courses of different levels or whatever that have to be like specifically about different parts of the world and whatever. And I mean, I say whatever, but I did learn a lot. I'm not trying to. But my first one was global like religion, and one thing that like a lot of religions kind of share in common, the general concept that people tend to misconstrue to kind of push their personal agendas, is like a lot of these religions, even when you compare something that nobody might see as similar as Buddhism and Christianity, a lot of all the book is saying, all of any of what they're saying is, no matter what, love your fellow person, love the creatures that come from the earth, love the earth, love everything that is given to you from the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities.
That it's become something that is just disgusting.
A lot of folks focus too much on the technicalities.
Yeah.
Right. Comparing the, I don't know, like the Polycanon versus the Bible or the sutras with the, things and whatnot, to where, Yellow has a good man, my guy. So, okay, so what is it? I'm just reading the comments. I'm the guy.
Okay, I'm bringing this up. So we can talk about, what do you think about agnostic?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I would consider myself agnostic, honestly, at this point. I can't really consider myself Buddhist. I learn a lot, I don't exactly practice, but if anything, I think there's a lot of good lessons. But I think there's a lot of good lessons in anything. Being agnostic means that you are unsure of what true religion is.
Pretty much.
Correct?
What the true
belief, the truth
is. Yeah.
Well, then, but
or if there even is one, you're just unsure of what's going on. Atheism, they're they're devout to the fact that there is no deity, and
right? There's no higher
deist.
Power.
Yeah, I'm a deist, so I believe that there is a higher power. They're just not as actively involved as Christianity says. And then there's theism, which is like actual, like they believe in a God that gives us a purpose and such. And then agnosticism is kind of just like more or less, for lack of a better word, I'm just kind of unsure of what might be going on out there,
So hang on. So Ben the Bomb, what is PK? I actually don't know what that.
Oh, grew up as a PK, not religious now, but I think it's interesting how personalized religion actually seems. So far, my opinion is often even people in the same group have what? Yes. Although, what does PK mean? Preacher's
kid. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Welcome, PK.
Also, I am also I'm a little more brown, but I'm a white Puerto Rican as well.
All right. So I think it's time for me to go. It is 1:30.
Hi, Bao.
Thank you all for inviting me.
Yes.
Fun.
Vibes, dude.
Yeah, dude. Of course.
Appreciate it.
Happy to share. Maybe in the future I might, start my own little thing.
Yeah.
With that.
Yes.
Or some shit like that. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's important to have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see you, bro.
Dude, have a good night. Take it easy, y'all. Try to get at least get some sleep in there. Benabom and Heckin' Random. Good talking to y'all. Y'all are hella real. All right, how do I leave? Oh, there we go. All right.
How do I leave? You can't ever leave.
Yeah, I guess I'm stuck.
You are stuck.
Yep. All right. Take it easy, y'all.
Night. Bye. Thank you. Yes. I love it. Ugh, I'm high as fuck right now.
Dude.
Yeah, what the fuck? I think it's because it's like 1:30 and we're like exhausted out of our fucking minds because we've been like sleeping not enough for the past like I've just been waking up out of anxiety.
You've been really busy. And so is Diego.
Yeah, it's stupid. I'm ready to like not look at any phone screens or any screens tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Hey, Mark. Okay, let's go. Let's hear this. Let's see if we can take it. So I'd love to work through something with you, something I have trouble rationalizing. Yes, I love having this. This is like exactly what I want. I want like therapy to go, but like not necessarily therapy, just like open, frank conversations, like wherever you are at.
Just platform to talk, to listen.
Yeah, and to like unite so many random people who like just
who maybe going through the same shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I felt that one.
Yeah.
I should always be asleep, but you know how I go.
I mean, I don't even know what should means at this point. I think it's just whatever we. Yeah, I mean, I scheduled myself to sleep today from like 3 to 8, but I think I'm gonna be up before then, so we shall see. Okay, so I'm having trouble working through the classifying people in a broad sense. What does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by classifying people?
I love that we're having Jay Dilla like in the background. Oh, this makes me so happy. I really don't believe that people, even from the same neighborhood or family. Oh, yeah, that's fucking real. Oh, wait, let me move this. I realize I'm just like in the fucking corner. Okay.
I think that this maybe in regards to what I was saying about like, or I've spoken about this, about the whole like Hispanic or like maybe even Tammy, like the whole Asian experience. And like, I think that it goes without saying that not every person has the same experience, but it is like similar experiences, like I know that not every Hispanic had the same Puerto Rican experience or Cuban experience, because I'm a little bit of both that I had, but there have been times where like I talked to a Puerto Rican or a Cuban and they're like, oh yeah, dude, same shit, So it's not like the same, but you know, it's more like similar, kind of like vibes, you know.
I think it's also like, what do we want to connect on, right?
Yeah.
Like with some people, I seek to have this type of connection, and sometimes they may not honestly meet that expectation, and that is fine, you know? And like I go to certain people because I expect certain things from them because I need that thing at that time. But I also think more specific to this, I was thinking about how like I recently had this reflection with my brother, or in terms of my relationship with my parents and my brother's relationship with my parents. And obviously there are years of his life that I didn't live because he's 7 years older than me. And there's also years in which like I wasn't really like conscious enough to remember. So through that, I've just seen how, yeah, like there is also a lot of like that aspect where people do conglomerate just because. But I also think even to the extent of family, like my brother's relationship with my parents, my brother's relationship to the United States, like he has such a different experience, even though we lived under the same roof, under the same, you know what I mean? Like even like my parents, the amount of money that they had when they first got here versus when they had me is also different. And so that affects my psychology as much as it affects his. And also how my mom and my dad and the environment they're in and all these things, like what type of space they were in also affects me and how I was born in conjunction with so many other factors. So it's like, I agree. I very, very rarely find someone that can't connect with me or my experiences or the other way.
Yeah, even in some level, you know, like even you find people like Temi was saying that you connect with on like a very deep level. Like Tammy and I connect on a pretty deep level, and then you find people that you connect with a little less, but you can kind of find like a connection like anywhere, you know, if you like look hard enough. But like it's funny that you were saying that because like I'm the oldest sibling of 4 siblings.
Yeah.
And like each one like has seen my parents like I have seen my parents in every way. And it's weird seeing that like each one has it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was with my mom when we were like just us two living in an efficiency, sleeping in the same bed, you know, like I was with my mom when she got married to my stepdad and had my first sister. I was with my mom when she had my second sister. But like they each know my mom totally different.
Yeah.
Because my mom has also done so much growing in the last like 28 years that like they both see my mom as like almost entirely different, and I see my mom even as entirely different as when I was, you know, a little kid living, you know, sleeping in the same bed with her. So yeah, it's like weird how, you know, and interesting how kind of like living under the same roof, like each kind of sibling kind of lives their own experience of, you know, the upbringing.
And then Mark was saying, folks sometimes have various heritage, but only claim one part of their heritage. For example, I have family members only claim their Native American part of the heritage and don't really claim their African American part. And that's interesting also about claiming. You know, what are we claiming? It's interesting how generational divides also impact people. For example, there was the whole assimilation versus revolution aspect of those who came of age in the 60s, like my dad. Yeah, and also, shoot, hold on. I forgot what I was going to say. Damn. But yes, it's so interesting. Like, and then adding, I'm leaning towards much more of an individualistic look at things. So also by that, I'm presuming trying to go back.
I mean, I've been there before though, because like I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican, but like I think there's like two sides of it because you either have the people who like let's say are like only relating to a Native American side or like maybe rejecting an African American side because they have two different sides. It's like either they just relate more to one side, which I think is okay. You know, it's just because, like in my case, I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican, but I relate more to my Puerto Rican side. I grew up going every summer to Puerto Rico, you know, with, you know, talking to my family in Puerto Rico. I've never spoken to any of my family in Cuba.
So why is that?
I mean, my grandma immigrated here and she just cut contact. A lot of the family that she had, my grandma was an orphan, so a lot of the family that she had over there was her husband, my grandpa. But my grandpa's like family was they're kind of pieces of shit. So like they didn't really like they left without any problems. So I've never been there. I don't talk to family over there. You know, I'm disenfranchised from that part. But then and like that for me is understandable because it's like it's understandable if you just don't. It's one thing if you don't want to be a part of that side. I'd love to be more, and I get some of it from my grandma and my mom, but I'm not as like connected to that part as I am with my Puerto Rican side.
Mm-hmm.
But then there are a lot of people that like, you know, have a kind of identity crisis where it's like they feel like they have to separate themselves from a part of who they are because of maybe some form of societal standard. You know what I'm saying? Where you get like a lot of, let's say, like light-skinned Black people who would try to whitewash themselves,
Mm-hmm.
or dark-skinned Latinos who would try to whitewash themselves just because they're trying to like distance themselves from a part of themselves that society is like making them feel shameful about, which they shouldn't, you know?
Yeah. These are all good points. But I feel that those who are under 40 have a more accepting attitude towards society, more accepting of trans. I think that's just more, well, personally, I think that's because there's more representation. So it's more normalized and therefore like easier acceptance. I think acceptance comes from not knowing, right? Going back to like what we were talking about a bit earlier, just how not knowing something has whatever connotations, but ultimately, I think not having access to, you know, just more of the world does make it seem just smaller. So then when we're hit with more information, new information is just harder to like take in.
Yeah.
You know, I think as much as it is about having access, and this is the part that's really interesting, I think, with honestly what I've thought about this year, having worked in HR and seeing like the discussions around Black Lives Matter, and then also just being more in tune with the LinkedIn community. It's like been interesting to the analyses that I have with that source of knowledge is very interesting. But oh shoot, what I was going to say. Oh yeah, like we talk about, you know, affirmative action, diversity, bringing more people of color, Black people, etc., into these worlds, but at the same time, these worlds aren't even meant or built for a lot of people. Not even, you know, white people, if we're going to go into color, like really digging into that. But like ultimately, it just isn't built to be sustainable. So why are we going to bring people into a system, like bring more and more people into a system that's broken or not? You can say it's broken, you can say it's not broken, but regardless, it's not sustainable for the long term. And I feel like
That's why I make communities.
That what?
That's why I make like communities.
Yeah. And that's why I think it is important to like understand the communities that we want to have and curate those in the ways that we can, and like know your neighbor, know your local community, know your city, know your politicians in the city. Like start really developing relationships with the things around you. Because I think, to me, I think what's hit me most, and I was already very curious to get more into local government once before moving out here, but I think now is like the time where I feel like more and more people are starting to see why like we need to invest in our local community during times like now, like especially here, there's just not as many like parks that are easy to walk to, or like there's just so many cars. I think that's the biggest thing. There's so many cars here.
Yeah, there's no good public transport.
It's very scary. I love cars, but I also hate being a pedestrian when there's cars around.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't make it walkable when it's just so many cars driving by you. Like you don't even want to walk. So it's like, yeah, you can create sidewalks, but who's going to use it if there's so many cars that like you have to like brace yourself, or like also sidewalks aren't made well here. But I have a lot of things we're working on in urban planning and city planning. But
that, but also like that's like, yeah, I definitely think and I think that's what a lot everybody is saying when they say defund the police, is like they're trying to not just defund the police, get rid of the police. No, like it's to reallocate funds to communities so that we can literally, at the end of the day, police don't stop the crime. They kind of get there after the crime is committed.
Yeah.
And figure out who done it, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just reallocating those funds to the community so that the community has ways to raise the youth so that they don't have to rely on crime. But fuck.
I know.
What were you talking about before?
I honestly don't remember. That's why I was just like, fuck, I'm a little bit lost, but it's fine because
a lot of cool thoughts. Shit. I was going somewhere too.
But that's also why I want to get into programming, because I want to access the kids when they're kind of like in a space like, you know, okay, so I recently learned like by 7, you pretty much, your subconscious is like formed, right?
Yeah.
So someone told me that and I was like, okay, interesting. And then I heard it again. I was like, okay, this is a sign. And then me just saying it now and you being like, it's just like, fuck, okay, that's scary to know. But I guess like, it's just during that time, if you have exposure of the right things, of the right environments, of being in just spaces that, and I think there's no such thing as everyone is meant to be in the space they're meant to be, but like, there's so many ways in which we could eliminate so much, like, you know what I mean? So I'm losing my train of thought too right now.
I got my actual thought back. I like kind of lost it for a second. I'm trying to get it back.
But if you'll prevent the crime, then you don't have to clean up a mess afterwards.
Oh,
have you been following?
So this was in regards to Mark's comment about
Mark.
Being under, or people under 40 are typically more accepting of those communities. And this is like what you were saying, is kind of comes back to knowledge. A lot of the people that are under 40 and even a lot of people above 40, you know, my brother is a pansexual. His partner is a transgender male. And like he recently moved to my dad's because of a lot of issues, you know, regarding that. But my dad, like, he grew up, he's 55. He grew up like Puerto Rican, misogynistic, homophobic, like, and learned like how to not be that.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, like, yeah, even like I would say up to 60, there are plenty of people who are really accepting. But you know, at the end of the day, it's just knowledge and then being able to accept the knowledge. You know, because a lot of those people are people who like have been given the knowledge and are able to say, okay, this is what it is, you know, like they can understand that there's a difference between gender and sex, you know, and just certain things. It's like it's more of an accepted thing because there's more knowledge out there, you know. At the end of the day, it's like how much knowledge there is about it and how much knowledge we're willing to accept about it, I guess. If that makes sense. I don't know, I'm like really hard.
I also like his sink is like not the best water to drink, so I'm just like, ugh. I'm gonna go get water and boil it.
I'm sorry, I don't have glasses right now. That's why I can't really see. First of all, I agree with Bendabomb. That's what I'm saying. That's what a lot of people are saying when they say defund the police. It's not like necessarily to like get rid of them. It's more to just like downsize them and reallocate funds. So yeah, if you kind of like, I mean, there's always going to be people who like enjoy crime, just do it for the fuck of it. But a lot of people do crime because they like have nothing to resort to. Like it's either a way for them to like offload steam when they're angry because of their abusive like parent or household or something, some shit, or like they're doing it because they need money, you know. So if you kind of make sure that you can at least get to those who are doing it out of necessity, then like it's going to lower crime. It just makes sense, you know. And then 58, dude, 58 is not old. My dad is 55 and he just got second place in a national it's a bodybuilding competition in Orlando. It's like it was like a big one. He's 55. The guy looks fucking 58 is not. You still got some years, so keep enjoying them. I guess like it'd be kind of cool to like have kids. It'd be cool. Like I don't know. At one point, I'm almost 30. I'm 28, and like I'm still not ready for kids. But like I definitely don't think there should be like a stigma behind like having kids. I don't think people should be. I feel like a lot of societal standard like forces people to have, you know, like kids and get married and stuff like that. I mean, I think people should just kind of do what they want. The whole like 10 to 15-year relationship thing though, I think that falls more under like that's a little tricky because I think that falls more under like what's the word? Like stages of development. I definitely think like even if you're 18 dating like a 28 years old, like I'm 28. If I'm dating an 18-year-old, I think that's kind of weird. Just because like, okay, yeah, she's legal, but I've gone through a lot of shit in 28 years, you know, and like at the end of the day, like, yeah, there are plenty of 18-year-olds who might have gone through a lot more than me, but like to say that all of them do, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. If it's like a 10-year difference and it's like a 40-year-old dating a 50-year-old, a 30-year-old dating a 40-year-old, I can see that as a little more reasonable, but it really just kind of depends to me, at least, on the developmental stage. Because if they're like a huge gap developmentally, then it just feels kind of like grooming. So I don't know. That's my whole take on like gap dating, gap ages. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of like stupidity, I guess, behind interracial relationships, and I can definitely understand it. Especially in the Hispanic community, there's a lot of like, it's like it's like maintaining la raza. It's like keeping the blood kind of clean, I guess. So it's kind of like, oh well, don't like date black people because you want to keep like the blood clean or whatever. And that's like, I think it's kind of stupid. I can understand it from a black perspective, whereas black people, a lot of them say like date within your race just because we want to uplift all of ourselves. I can understand it, but like at the whoa, your thing's like steaming.
Oh, it's hot water.
Oh, okay. I thought it was cold. At the end of the day, it's kind of also like just like love who you love, you know? Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I found out about this, like, I think they call it the Blindian Project, but it was just this Instagram where they feature Black Indian couples.
All the Blindian.
And yeah, so the meeting place for Black and South Asian cultures. And it was so sad to read some of the stories because of how much hate people can receive or backlash from like family or like whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And it just is like so heartbreaking to like feel the weight, but still know that like, but of course, like the uplifting, I guess you can call it part is like, well, they found each other and there's so much love there that like nothing else matters. But it's crazy how many, like, I mean, my mom's done it where like one of my exes was Middle Eastern and she was just like, why would you date a Middle Easterner? Like, at least date a Taiwanese person. I was like, okay.
Hey, but I like this Middle Eastern person, so why would I do that?
Yeah, real. I'm loving like all the conversation that was happening and
Yeah, it was interesting. There's a lot of interesting.
keep talking. This is great. I realize I need to go the fuck to bed soon because I've been up way too long looking at screens. I'd rather wake up early and look at a screen than stay up late looking at a screen. I've become officially old enough to set boundaries with my screens. So that's
Wait, let me see
weird.
that one with the Latin community.
Is there a difference between males and females dating outside their race in the Latin? I feel like you can't represent all that either.
I mean, no, but I've seen a lot of it. Yes,
That's true. You're in
unfortunately,
Miami.
there's a difference. There shouldn't be, definitely, but unfortunately, there is a difference. Just not even like dating outside of race in the Hispanic community, but just dating in the Hispanic community. For whatever reason, women tend to be like really oppressed when it comes to dating. Men tend to just be like, go do your thing. They tend to worry less about that. So that's like a big thing. But race is kind of like, I guess as far as like dating in the race, it doesn't, I've never really seen like a big difference. I feel like for the most part, if your parent doesn't like you dating a certain race, and they're not gonna like your sibling dating a certain race. It's like still the family, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about like I heard you say like what was it? La raza.
Yeah, manteniendo la raza.
Yeah, and it's just like it's definitely pressure that doesn't need to exist anymore. I think as for a while, like in that sense, racism was a survival skill for people, you know, like the whole like protect or go blend in. Like there's so many different routes that people went to save and survive. And I think, you know what, if it worked for them, great. Cause like at the end of the day, like we exist because of our ancestors. And that's where I think history is important, right? To like be grateful for that. Like we exist.
We're not there no more.
Yes. Like we exist here for a reason. Like we don't exist in another timeline right now. That sounds so weird. And that in itself is a very powerful moment that I had with myself. And I think I really like stepped into like my most present reality and accepting it. I think rather than like denying it was like a very growing moment, but also like it was a very nice moment to have.
It's kind of like an ego death, you know?
It is, but it's like sometimes ego deaths are hard.
They are.
You know, like I feel like I'm so battling certain like all the like the knots that are like fucking just in
but
there.
Not every ego death is going to be hard. A lot of them are going to be like think of certain ego deaths are going to be like splinters. You have a bad splinter and then you pull it out and you feel better, right? It feels like a release of tension, right? So, you know, when you're thinking about, oh shit, what?
Sorry, I shouldn't have. My typing probably distracted you. I just typed it to now everyone. But Cutie will be on during the interviews.
So I forgot what we were talking about.
We were talking about many things, I guess, in that sense, but
very good vibes.
Hella good vibes. Because we make the vibes.
Yeah, that's really just energy.
Yes. We curate the energy we want in our lives.
Pretty much.
Okay, so I need to go to bed too.
Yes, me too.
So I'm going to read. Actually, what do you think? Have a good night. Thanks for coming through. Some good conversation. That was awesome. I appreciate that a lot.
Age gaps too.
Yeah. Wait, how do we know age gaps?
Some of them told. So it was nice seeing like different, age perspectives too.
Yeah, right.
A lot of like our perspectives come from like how we were raised. Even if we like, there are a lot of people. I was talking to somebody about this. One of my best friend's friend, and like sometimes. You're in the world Peace Corps.
Mark says you went off when he was making his comments about his best friend's friend. Hopefully he gets to share that when you return. I'm so sorry. I don't know how that happened. But if you remember it, you obviously are welcome to share it. I was going to read us a bedtime story and then go to bed.
Nice.
Okay. But yes, Sebastian did lose track of where his thoughts were anyways at some point.
I tend to do that.
Okay, now I'm curious. Did I have 2 videos? Like, did that end that? This is the other thing is like, just testing. Okay, so it looks like, oh, but that's cute though. That means like part of it was recorded and saved. And then now we have a collective reading.
Part of it, I think that you should do that with what you were saying earlier, because it's kind of like if you come and you're actually here, then you get to experience the whole thing.
Exactly.
But if you don't, hear like
Snippets,
some small
yeah.
snippets that you can at least kind of learn.
Experience how it's like to be here.
And like learn, because I feel like just naturally through what you're trying to do, people are going to learn how to do things like manifesting us, manifesting themselves.
Yeah.
So just like the cliff notes. But if you come and you make time, then you get to experience all of what you have to offer,
So then my question is, what? I see. So it's like natural marketing, the easiest and simplest form of marketing as well. Just to show like previews and snippets.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to, because I know you as well as a lot of us are very anti, like, for the most part, anti like establishment, and sometimes you kind of have to like fight with them the same way. So yeah, like I would say not necessarily. I mean, if you want to go like full gung ho, like yeah, you have to show up. If not, you won't see it because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. That's like totally cool and like understandable. But an alternative is just kind of like maybe have like certain parts of it recorded, or like record it and then go through it and edit it, and like, I mean, not if you're gonna do like 24-hour streams, that's a whole lot of shit. That long streams are one thing, but like shorter things, kind of like it might be a good alternative to get like small snippets of just things that might
draw more people in.
Not even just draw more people in.
Give an idea of what I do.
That and just be impactful. Like
I see. Yeah.
That type shit.
I see.
When people you go on like Instagram or some shit, and you just like that fucking one Rocky quote where he's talking to his son. He's like, it doesn't matter how hard you hit, it's how hard you get hit and keep going. Like something that like resonates with most people, that it's not just like to draw them in, but it's like, this is what I'm about, and like it's for me at least, I think it's kind of impactful because it's kind of also giving a small taste of like the positive energy you exude, because it's like if it resonates with somebody, then it's like even if they decide to never look into you, well, at least you kind of imparted some small nugget of truth onto somebody, and then you see that, and then a lot of people are like, okay, I like what this lady's talking about, and then they go and then they actually sit into one of your live broadcasts and see the whole thing, not just small snippets, and they're like, holy shit, like, and then it's kind of like a way to, I guess to like show some like unconditional love to people, it's like a way to like, like, hey, even if you don't end up coming back, like, here's a little something that I can just give you for your journey that maybe you'll find a little useful. Maybe someday you'll just pop into your head and you'll think about it and it'll help you out a little bit,
Yeah, that's so true. I think that's where it's like I'm still learning what works and what doesn't work, or like how to work with certain things. And partly it's stubbornness, yes. And I think that's where like getting a new computer is going to really help with that process of like editing all this shit. Because I think everything is nice. I know, and like I know it's just like whoa, like very responsible. Thank you. I mean, I feel weird because it wasn't paid by me, because I didn't realize it was going to get paid like off by my sister-in-law. So I'm pretending that it's my birthday gift because hopefully she'll just like say, "Oh, your birthday's next month. It's your birthday gift from your brother and me," or some bullshit like that. But either way, I have it, and that's all that matters.
At the end of the day,
it's my
you are
baby now.
able to do it, and it is an investment.
Yeah.
In the future.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
just like be grateful that the universe gave you the opportunity.
Seriously, I am super
you know?
grateful.
And just like fucking use the shit out of that thing.
Yeah, I am gonna dig into it, I think, after this. Because now that I've pretty much been able to finalize everything that I do is like pretty much on a website versus, I don't know, there aren't too many specifics. So now that I've downloaded like Photoshop on there, that's like the first thing that's like on the computer that can be done offline. So it's just like, that's already a sign.
Yeah.
Just been waiting for all the right moments.
You find a way to get fucking like Fruity Loop or Ableton. Ableton is really good for Macs.
Yeah.
You use that and you can make beats.
I'm gonna start making my own everything.
Yeah, iMovie, you can edit all your fucking videos offline. Like, yeah, dude, like.
Yeah, with all the memory in that and just bigger screen, like I literally have manifested that into my life without meaning to. And so I'm glad I'm like finally stepping into the like designer shoes, like literal designer shoes that like I've been wanting for myself. And I felt like I couldn't do it because I didn't have like accreditation. I didn't have any like formal training in it. But the thing is, like, I've been doing it. I've been designing stuff, for example, for all my shit. So like that already accounts for a lot. And like I've been able to like engage people through those posts and like all these things. It's like, why not continue that? You know, with so many things already like that merge well. Like, anyways, going off into a whole tangent about myself. But yeah, so I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited for everything. And so I do some more editing. Probably I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow morning because I'm too lazy to do it.
But yeah, for now, this is JGC Radio. We're gonna take a little break from our 24-hour broadcast. I might be here tomorrow, I might not. If you see me tomorrow, I'll have the same hat, just different color. I'm gonna go home, have a little food, a little nightcap, and I will see y'all later. Good night, beautiful people.
I love it. I love it. You don't want to stay for the reading?
Oh, yeah. Let me listen.
Okay.
Just
Warcross. We're back.
Right,
This is so funny.
I'm not doing that again.
I don't even know who's watching this, but I'm at Diego's place and I'm going to go back to mine. And this is Sebastian, my friend, who's also now my roommate. So it's just funny how it's just like, you're going to go home and then like later on I'll be there.
Yeah.
But okay. Warcross by Mary Lou. So this book was recommended by Diego's niece, I guess, April. I think she's 13, but she recommended this book and she's really into kind of that fantasy, dystopia, adventure, kind of, you know, that world. And I appreciate that a lot.
Especially right now, seeing people like walking down the street, like couples holding hands with their masks on, it feels dystopian kind of.
I mean, we definitely do. Oh, I can't.
Definitely wear your mask though. Like wear your mask, but like the fact that it's gotten this bad, bro, this is dystopian. We're like borderline. Not anymore though, because we voted out orange.
Oh wait, this is good.
We got
Wow,
Biden
this is very difficult.
in the White House, so now we're not gonna die. Hopefully.
Oh, I like this. This kind of is really neat. Look at that shit. It's like you kind of can actually see it. That's so cute. All right. I love how we still got this music going on in the background. But now we are reading Warcross by Mary Lou. For Kristen and Jen, thank you for changing my life and for being here all these years later. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of Hideo Tanaka, the young mastermind who invented Warcross when he was only 13. A global survey released today shows that a staggering 90% of people ages 12 to 30 now play on a regular basis or at least once a week. This year's official Warcross championships are expected to draw more than 200 million viewers. Correction. An earlier version of this story mistakenly described Hideo Tanaka as a millionaire. He is a billionaire. The New York Digest. Manhattan, New York, New York. Chapter 1. It's too damn cold of a day to be out on a hunt. I shiver, tug my scarf up higher over my mouth, and wipe a few snowflakes from my lashes. Then I slam my boot down on my electric skateboard. The board is old and used, like everything else I own. Its blue paint almost entirely scraped off to reveal cheap silver plastic underneath. But it's not dead yet, and when I push my heel down harder, it finally responds, jerking me forward as I squeeze between two rows of cars. My bright rainbow-dyed hair whips across my face. "Hey!" a driver yells as I maneuver past his car. I glance over my shoulder to see him waving a fist at me through his open window. "You almost clipped me!" I just turn around and ignore him. Usually, I'm a nicer person than this, or at least I would have shouted an apology. But this morning, I'd woken up to a yellow paper taped to the door of my apartment. Its words printed in the largest font you can imagine. 72 hours to pay or vacate. Translation: I'm almost 3 months behind on my rent. So unless I can get my hands on $3,450, I'll be homeless and in the streets by the end of the week. That'd put a damper on anyone's day. My cheeks sting from the wind. The sky beyond the cut. First of all, I just wanted to make a comment. $3,450 is 3 months of rent. Like, I don't think you're going to be homeless. Well, okay, I really don't know this person's story, but damn, that's a lot of rent right there. My cheeks sting from the wind. The sky beyond the cut of skyscrapers is gray, turning grayer, and in a few hours, this flurry of snow will become a steady fall. Cars jam the streets, a nonstop trail of brake lights and honking from here all the way to Times Square. The occasional scream of a traffic controller's whistle sounds above the chaos. The air is thick with the smell of exhaust, and steam billows from an open vent nearby. People swarm up and down the sidewalks. Students coming home from school are easy to spot, their backpacks and fat headphones dotting the crowds. Technically, I should be one of them. This should have been my first year of college, but I started skipping classes after Dad died, and I dropped out entirely several years ago. Okay, fine. Technically, I was expelled, but I swear I would have quit anyway. More on that later. I looked down at my phone again, my mind returning to the hunt. 2 days ago, I'd gotten the following text message. New York Police Department alert. Arrest warrant out for Martin Hammer. Payment $5,000. The police are so busy these days with increasing crime in the streets that they don't have time to hunt for petty criminals on their own. Petty criminals like Martin Hammer, who's wanted for gambling on Warcross, stealing money, and allegedly selling drugs to fund his bets. So about once a week, the cops send out a message like this, a promise to pay anyone who can catch the criminal in question. That's where I come in. I'm a bounty hunter, one of many in Manhattan, and I'm fighting to capture Martin Hammer before another hunter can. Anyone who's ever fallen on hard times will understand the nearly constant stream of numbers that run through my mind. A month's rent in the worst apartment in New York, $1,150. A month's food, $180. Electricity and internet, $150. Yeah, fuck. Boxes of macaroni, ramen, and Spam left in my pantry, $4, and so on. On top of that, I owe $3,450 in unpaid rent
and $6,000 in credit card debt. The number of dollars left in my bank account, $13. Not the normal things a girl my age worries about. I should be freaking out over exams, turning in papers, waking up on time. But I haven't exactly had a normal adolescence. $5,000 is easily the largest bounty in months. For me, it might as well be all money in the world. So for the last 2 days, I've done nothing but track this guy. I've lost 4 bounties in a row this month. If I lose this one too, I'm going to be in real trouble. Tourists always clogging up the streets. I think as a detour forces me down a path right into Times Square, where I get stuck behind a cluster of auto taxis jammed at a pedestrian walkway. I lean back on my board, pull myself to a halt, and start inching backward. As I go, I glance down at my phone again. A couple of months ago, I'd succeeded in hacking into the main directory of Warcross players in New York and synced it all up to my phone's maps. It's not hard. Not if you remember that everyone in the world is connected in some way to everyone else. It's just time consuming. You worm your way into one account, then branch out to their friends, then their friends, and eventually you're able to track the location of any player in New York City. Now, I finally managed to place my target's physical location, but my phone's a cracked, beat up old thing with an antique battery that's on its last legs.
I just want to make like a small, because it's funny that you said that she said the whole thing about, oh, it's just hacking into one and then theirs and then theirs. Because it was just like I think it was the other day when we were watching like some movie on Netflix. I don't know, you might have been there, you might have not been there. It might have been when we were watching a movie, but it was like a snippet of the whole Edward Snowden thing, the whistleblower that's taking refuge in another country now. That he said like the CIA like is tapping into our like phones and shit, and it was like he was like you would pick one person, and then you would pick 4 of his contacts and then 4 of theirs and so on and so forth, and then like let's say 40 or 50 contact points later, that's like a whole 2 million people like that, like somehow are connected, that you can find out some like form of information of something from somebody that has no idea that they're even related. It's weird.
Yeah, and that's such a beautiful. I'm glad you pointed that out, because it also resonated with me when I read that. And I definitely thought about one, like the work that I do, and like just in general how we're all connected, because we are all coming from webs, even if something, for most of us, we are somehow connected to at least one person. And just by that nature, and that's why it's like interesting to know people who've come from like living out in the wood, not like actually maybe in the woods, but just like so far away. Like a lot of children are born like
living
really,
under a rock.
Yeah, like literally. And it's very interesting to see them then exposed to all of a sudden like the true world, and then be like not ready for it. And it's very interesting in those moments. But besides that, that's not what we're talking about.
That's how I felt fucking getting out of basic training after like
Oof.
not talking to anybody for like 2 months.
Yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, I just came back and like I remember you got 15-minute phone call every week, once a week, and then like the day before I graduated, like he just my drill sergeant like left our phones and he's like, I got stuff to do. Do what y'all gotta do. So that was him basically saying like, I'm gonna be gone for a bit, so just here's your phone, like whatever. And like we got to talk to like for like 45 minutes. It was so weird because like I was so used to talking to people like really quickly.
Yeah.
That in those 45 minutes, I called like 5 different people and like not repaired, but like started to repair a relationship with my dad.
Mm,
Because I hadn't spoken to him since I graduated in like I think August or July
yeah.
basic training, but I stopped talking to my dad in like April when I decided that I was going to join the military because he was like, my dad was in the military, he didn't want me to go.
Yeah.
But I'm the type of person that it's like I respect your opinion, but if I've made a decision, like don't try to sway me.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
all you're gonna do is push me away from it. You know?
Yeah.
And he didn't want me to go in to the point where he was adamant, and I was like, okay, well, I'm already made my decision, so you know,
Yeah.
this is your decision that you're making. So I hadn't spoken to him for 6 months, and then it's like the week before I graduated, you kind of like at week 7, you're kind of like graduated. It's kind of like being a senior in like the last semester. You kind of like going through the motions at this point. Like you have your like dress uniform at this point, and like you're just kind of learning the history of the military and whatnot. And like my dad was in the first Gulf War during the first George W. Bush presidency.
Yeah.
No, not George W. George Bush
Mm-hmm.
is the senior.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was born around 92.
Yeah.
And like he like they were just showing us that like the history of that, and I was like, damn, you know, I should call my dad. I
Yeah.
haven't spoken to him in 6 months. I should call my dad. And yeah, like in that 45 minutes, I called him, and you know, I called everybody. But like there was actually a point where I was so like separated from the like the rest of the world that I started to dissociate.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, have I been here for 2 months? Or
Yeah.
this is my whole life? You know,
Yeah.
like, was I imagining everything that was going on before? Like,
It really fucks with the
Yeah.
psychology. And I think of how many people leave the military with the fucked up of just how it's structured to be in the military. And then also just what can happen being in the military and the work that you do. And like, and then also how the system doesn't support that after, because of course we were
Yeah.
never sustainable to begin with. So of course we didn't think forward of how shit would damage people. But that's a very like thing that I can never fully understand. Like we all have gone through our own structures that we're unlearning. So I mean, like at the end of the day, I guess yes, we can all understand it, but it's just like, damn, like how could also, I don't know, like to me it just seems really sad, honestly.
it is. And then what's more sad about it, now that you made this point, is that it's not even just how they are once they leave. Like, just historically, at least the enlisted portion of the military, they come in fucked up. The military preys
Yeah.
on.
That's why
your recruiters prey
Yeah.
on. Like they preyed on me. I was a kid that my aunt told me, look, you join the military or you're 2 months on the street.
Yeah.
It preys on kids that kind of feel like they have nowhere else to go by giving them these amazing options. And then, you know, I've been to Japan, you know, and I still am like, no, fuck the military.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my friends are like, should I join the military? I'm like, I wouldn't.
Dude, I have a friend who was so into it. Like he was obsessed because his older brother had been through it. And I think part of it was like, you know, trying to, and I was just always like, yeah, like I've always been a very big pacifist. So I've always been against that. But on top of many other reasons like money and taxes and all that shit. But I was just like trying to like, you know, listen. And then at some point a few years ago, he was like, dude, I'm fucking sick of this shit. Like I want to get out. Like, so it's just like very interesting to see how like whatever experiences that he's been having and how like the comparison of probably the life he leads versus like someone else's, like it puts him in a very like,
They prey on you.
wait, I didn't really, well, these are a lot of comments. Some folks are real scared of 5G and its Also frightful that kids and young adults have these adult moments of surviving. Yeah, real. Wait, I'm gonna feature these.
Yeah, dogs have.
Disaster also brings us close together, but this is the longest disaster in ages, so it'll be interesting to see results of this pandemic.
You're telling me, brother.
Think about how Agent Oranges didn't have its effect until decades longer. Fuck, that was that caught me off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling Tammy the other day, and I'm gonna close with this because I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this chapter.
But I was telling Tammy the other day that like just a little snippet of like some positivity because you were mentioning the pandemic and shit. You know, like it sucked that like this is what had to happen. It sucked that 200 and almost 50,000 Americans had to fucking die because of this douchebag. It sucks that so many millions have gotten coronavirus. It sucks that at least or almost 50% of the country voted for fucking Agent Orange, but like at the very least, the 50% of people who are actually rational throughout this entire political like escándalo,
Yeah.
like that 50% at least, like I think was brought a lot closer together because we all had like a mutual purpose.
Yeah.
And like it's cool. Like, yeah, I just got to Raleigh and like I'll see like Black Lives Matter just everywhere. Just people's shirts on the front porch, Biden, Harris, and I'm just like, at least now we were able to. The pandemic sucks. Yes, it sucks. Not gonna get any better, but at least we see some like support. Some like we're going down a cave and we don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, but we see little glimmers of like sparkling, minerals that make the path a little easier. So yeah. Oh, I have a cousin in the military. Yeah. Yeah. Whatchamacallit? So officers, depending on what branch you are, you either have to have a certain amount of time or you have to have an oral or like a written test to rank up if you're enlisted. And then the officers is like more or less, like how much time you have. It's a little different with the officers just because the officers are like theirs is based off education. To be like an officer, you have to have like a degree, a bachelor's.
Yeah.
Enlisted, you just go from the get-go, and like that's why I say like they really prey on enlisted because they really tell you like the best things that you want to hear that you're gonna get. And then when you get in there, it's like the problem is with the whole like rank system in the enlisted is that the people who get ranked up are like kind of like the bootlickers. It's very like police culture.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the bootlickers that end up with the higher ranks, and then the ones who are always volunteering and doing shit like that just for like appearances, never the ones who are actually doing their job well. And then it ends up with this like very toxic upper management that like kind of grooms people who are good for the military and not exactly the job that they're meant to do in the military.
Yeah. And that goes back to like also just in general, like how unsustainable it is for us to have people in jobs that don't make sense, that don't play to their strengths, but we try and like equate certain things to success. So we allow certain people to jump into those buckets. And then now too many people are also in that bucket. And then now it's like success was never one thing.
And it actually goes to their head. That's why there's such a bad like sexual assault like history in the military, because it's like if you look good, if your NPR says you're a good airman, even if you shit at your job, but if you're average at your job, but you got good PT scores, physical training scores, you got, you volunteer often, there is somebody who will try to defend you after you fucking rape. Dude, this girl, Vanessa Guillen, like, one of the, I'm not even gonna say it because it's a trigger warning, but like that went too far, like that's why I say like the military is a lot like a police culture, because
I mean, it is the police culture.
Yeah, if you're
the police culture comes from the military.
Vice versa. Military comes from police culture. Police culture, at least in our culture, comes from. There's like a whole thing that I went through in like philosophy. So like back in the 1890s, 1880s to like the 1920s, there was a thing called the Pinkerton, and it was like a privatized kind of police, but they were hired to keep to oppress unions. So this is like another fuck the police kind of type shit. All cops are bastards, because it was unions of people. This is when unions started, where people started leaving their jobs because in droves, because you can't do this without me, and I cannot work here if I'm gonna live till I'm 30 and fucking kick the bucket over some bullshit. So it was labor laws. It was people standing up for themselves. These people would then hire the Pinkertons to go and like oppress these people. They would go and bully them into going back to work, and that's kind of from the Pinkertons is where the police like stem from. So the police is literally like the police culture is literally, for the most part, it's true when people say that police culture is meant for the preservation of property, not of people.
Yes.
But yeah, from there, for whatever reason,
I think that maybe they're just different. Maybe they're like, they derive from maybe this bigger umbrella aspect, but they're not necessarily from one another. Like I think they're both shitty, to be real. Like I think military comes from like the trauma of like world wars, and then policing, like Mark was just saying, like comes from slavery. And I think it's like both of them are just aspects of control that have just become too extreme, and like we don't realize we have extremist groups legally in the United States because it's so normalized as part of the culture. So we don't realize like we have so much internal domestic terrorism. You know what I mean?
It's like ingrained in us, and like there's so many people that, like, now that you mention that, there's so many Black people who were fighting wars in the American military just come back and like be treated like trash. At the end of the day, I don't think either of them necessarily came from the other, but at the end of the day, they both fall under this umbrella of two groups. No matter how they're started, they're both very important how they're started. They're both still different, but they're both two fundamental groups that have way too much power and are literally as much as America likes to spin it around, they're literally there for the oppression of somebody. Police is the oppression of people of color, and the military is the oppression of people of color in other places. It wasn't meant to be that way, but that's what it's been. We go to different places to oppress people in some way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and exactly. It's like, I don't even want to use the word like colonialism or colonizing, because I feel like it's more than that, but it's definitely like psychologically too limiting. Like, let's move on. And that person was like, guys, let's move on. Like, that's in the past. Like, but I also recognize that this is where like history is also so important for us to understand and move on. I think that's where like the intersection of history and present and future like intersect at the point of like how much healing have we done, how much have we deciphered for ourselves, so that we don't necessarily, not that it's, you know, a shame to repeat, but like how are we moving forward and not, or just moving in a direction that is towards the better overall good, I guess.
Just moving from like this pit that we're in, you know.
Yeah, I mean all of those words, but I can't think of like. Durham had a famous case about that. I believe it was out of World War II. African American soldier had an encounter with police here, and the citizens of historical Haiti backed the African American officer. Yeah, dude. Thanks for sharing this, by the way, Mark. I have so many ideas, and like this is really helpful to help me start, because I've been wanting to do a Raleigh history podcast sort of thing where I get more into kind of the maybe more accurate history, you could call it, or something. But regardless, like there's a lot here in North Carolina that I feel like isn't as discussed. It's like interesting because I think there's such a distinction between North and South Carolina, and maybe this is me making a huge generalization, but I feel like it's because people want to like maintain that the North is still better than the South, and people also want to maintain the South in a position of oppression too. You know, like I think about that aspect of like our American psyche, like the healing. I'm calling this the healing of the American psyche.
Charleston's pretty bad right now.
I mean, so many places are, and that's the hard part, because North Carolina, Raleigh's a bubble, Charlotte's a bubble.
Yeah.
Like, you know, outside of that, like D and I, before elections and everything, or like close to elections, but before it, we saw like basically a parade of Trump folks.
Dude, I was actually, there's a fucking gas station like right down the street. Tell D to go there one day and he'll see it. It's like a little brick, like it's like a gas station, like a little grocery thing. It's like brick. And like I walked in, dude, to get some gas, and like the dude he was white, but like pink white. And he had like a white beard, but like he was like in his 50s, and he was staring at me so hard, and I was just like,
yeah, dude,
my bad.
You're like you're like fucking up his whole reality of like what?
Yeah, like that's weird for me though, because like racism is weird, man. I mean, people see supporting Trump they don't see it as racism. They see it
people don't see it as racism, and that's important.
They see it as they're supporting Trump because they're against communism. That's
and that's so interesting what propaganda has been used to support Trump. You know what I mean?
And I've told my dad this too. And I'm not saying necessarily that I am for or against socialism or communism. I am saying that I have read Das Kapital, and I am saying that Das Kapital is not necessarily even, Marx isn't necessarily even saying that he's for them. It's mainly a criticism on capitalism, and I will say that capitalism was good for a period of time, but I will say that the way that a lot of these Hispanics are misconstruing, I'm voting for Trump because I don't want to end up like my country, is that, let's say like Fidel Castro, he came in and he said it was communism or socialism. That's not proper socialism. He used it as a platform to then become a dictator. It's not using it in the same way. Like I said, I'm not gonna get too into that because I'm get fucking hung somewhere. I'm not trying to do all that, but like I do agree with a lot of things that socialism tries to do.
Yeah.
In the sense that socialism is literally socialism. It's us as a society being social with each other to promote everybody's well-being in a sense. So I'm still high as hell.
Bye.
Bye, Tammy. Love you.
Love you. Have a good night.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow or later today, I guess.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, good point, Mark, about that. Bye. It's a very, and I think it's because like the immigration here, there's a lot of diversity in that sense in North Carolina. So it's a very neat spot to find ourselves in. I think there's a lot of power in the people that we have here. And it's just about like connecting everyone because there's so many good people. But bye, love you. But there's just so many cars. Honestly, the disconnect is way too high here between a lot of things. And just driving around, you don't know who's your neighbor. Constantly changing neighbor. Okay. I don't think that I really care to finish this chapter, so I am also gonna head off. But I will be back on later today. Made it to 2:46. Pretty proud of myself. Have a good night, everyone. Hmm.